So today's topic is Nmap. So what is Nmap? Nmap is a network scanner created by Jordan Lane. Let's search Google about Nmap. Go to this website, Nmap the network mapper free security scanner. Here is the Nmap official website. You can download it for Mac or Linux or Windows operating system as well. Here is some documentation and about section, how you can user guide, how you can use Nmap in the site navigation, communication. All the information about Nmap is here. Nmap provides a number of features for proving computer networks, including host discovery and service and operating system detection. These features are extensible by scripts that provide more advanced service detection, vulnerability detection, and other features. Nmap can adapt to network condition including latency and congestion during scan. Actually, Nmap started as a Linux utility and was ported to other systems including Windows, Mac OS, and BSD. It is most popular on Linux, followed by Windows. Here is some basic features, technology, license. All the information about Nmap you can find here. So let's use the Nmap in Kali Linux. So here is a Nmap IP addresses starting Nmap 7. So Nmap features include host discovery, identifying hosts on a network, for example, listening the hosts that respond to TCP and or ICMP requests or have a particular port open, port scanning, ports, TCP IP stack fingerprinting, determining the operating systems and hardware characteristics of network devices based on observations of network activity of said devices. So here it gives some command. Nmap can provide further information on targets, including reverse DNS names, device types, and MAC addresses. So the Nmap scripting engine NAC is one of Nmap's most powerful and flexible features. It allows user to write and share simple script to automate a wide variety of networking tasks. Those scripts are then executed in parallel with the speed and efficiency you can expect from Nmap. Users can rely on the growing and diverse set of scripts distributed with Nmap or write their own meet custom needs. We designed NAC to be versatile with the following tasks in mind: network discovery, more sophisticated version detection, vulnerability detection. The Nmap version detection system. So now I show you some command. Vulnerable. So auditing the security of a network, identifying new servers, generating traffic to hosts on a network response analysis and response time measurement. So here you can see port in the port script ban. So here is the uh, all the configuration and network configuration about the PC by found by the help of nmap. Now clear. Just look the comment carefully. So if you go to nmap official website, you can find scripts, NEC engine information.
So we'll continue with our NC script, and we have got script types to talk about right now. So there are four types of script that you need to be aware of. So each type of script has a rule. So there are four types of those rules. As you can see in here, we have got like pre-rule, then host rule, then post rule, and also port rule, and also the post rule. So the pre-rule So the previous script that were runs, and it's because of any host scan, and during this scanning or pre-scanning phases, I have got the host rule and the post script or the post rule to run. So each of these batch to hand, and then you have like post rule, which is once after all host has been connected in the skip, and then the post rule is like post phases scanning, and it skip may run in more than one phases, that it has several rules in it. As you can see, there are lots of more things that you need to run or you need to know. You can just read this page. So this is the skip format page that you can visit and learn more about it. So let's now go back to our terminal and go back some of our script and look some of our script. So how to use this script? So these are all of the, so I have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 useful script that you might want to use. So here we can see I have added minus script as usual, and then I have added the default comma safe category, And as we go through the categories, here with a comma that it can be added with safe category, plus adding the -v for versioning and -o for output, and also -sb. So let's run this. So you need to use this type of script to run this script correctly. So I have added them here, and here is a collection of the one that don't cause any harm. So let's hit run, and I'm doing this on my host number, which is 43, like 192.168.1.43. So it will take some time to show all the results, and as you can see, it already show a lot of result in here. As you can see, there are lots of pre-rule, post-rule, and all of those in here. And it's running the couple of rules and post rules and is done. So it's going to do post rule, and it will take some time because we are asking quite a lot against this single host, and it's finished there. Then we can see the post is skipped. So let's search for the post is skipped. Okay, there are lots of things. So as you can see, there are quite a number of skip because obviously we have got used default and also safe, which is a quite a lot of skip that we can see all in here. And as you can see, you have got like HTTP, as you can see lots of rules in here. So basically what we got in here is like HTTP port, dash command, dash display. So we're going to fetch header, see all different script that has been wrong, and then all the results and all of those script, and of course it's quite noisy, and it's also take a lot of time. So often you would be more specific, and of course to see how it's detailed. So under this particular port, on this particular phase, those the script that run which has been wrong with this port. So let's go to our next script. So we're going to use this for entire categories. So we can run a single script. So in here, for example, we are running just a banner script. As you can see, minus script as usual, and then is equal to banner, because picking the walls then we need to run. So we can see the initializing NSE script in here. So let's just run it. And the banner grab is like a banner grabber which connects to an open TT and prints out anything that's sent by listening device, and within a couple of seconds and more it will give all of those lines and it will return all of those things. And as you can see, it is starting to give us the chiffers that is supported. As you can see, import this HTTP, which is CNAC is open, and also ENP CNAC is open on this port. As you can see, this is the SQ post scanning. So it gives us the chippers that supports, and you will notice that it got I have used skip is equal to banner, and you can have equals in here, or you can don't have equals. It is internally optional. You can simply use space banner, it will work just fine. So you don't need to have any optionals like I use, like is equal banner. So you can have dash skip space banner that you can have. So let's go to our next. So in here there is another example of single skip. So this will look for cross-site skipping vulnerabilities, and we are using minus p. Okay, I think there is some mistakes in here. It will be minus pn, not is equal to pn. So as you can see, it gives a lot of results in here. So we are using minus or capital P, and that's skip the discovery. And there is a little tip that you can to speed up the process, because there's you don't need to discover this instance. So if that is a host that is up, then why bother doing a discovery of it? When we see the result on port 80, as you can see HTTP, so there is a no previously reported cross-site scripting vulnerabilities that we found. As you can see, no previously reported access vulnerability found on HTTP access. And also you can see a lot of the results of all of those things. So let's go to our next script, and again we have got another single script, and this is the HTTP dash sitemap and then generator. So let's run this. So this is a sitemap that generates, and we can see the directory structure of this particular site on this port. Now this is far from perfect, but it's not a gate spider, but it will find some basic directory structure for you. As you can see, these are the spider from this to this, so you can see all of those in here using this script. So let's go to our next script. So previously what we have done is we used skip, but we didn't use similar anything like this. Now we have put HTTP dash and put the star, that you can use wildcard, and it will use all out of the script. So this would mean that it will run all the HTTP dash, but then any num after that. So let's run it. It will take some time to run all of those. And the one reason is that because it does brute force attack, and it has a script that do brute force attack. So you want to be careful with wildcard, because this could include attack like brute forcing, but you can use this, and you can use them at the beginning or at the middle of the end of HTTP. So it will look for vulnerabilities. For example, there is a HTTP from ability that called method temper. So you can see on this particular device it's still running. So it will, as I said, it will take a very long time, but basically it will identify, and it will got a vulnerability authentication bypass by HTTP, and that will being identified by the HTTP method. So like I said, I am just going through some of the more interesting script that you want to use. So let's cancel this because it will take some time. So let's move back to our next one. So maybe we want to do a fast search for web server or any type of server. Really, what could we do is we can just use this escape. Now there is a no name resolution that will speed up. like we have minus capital PN that will prevent the discovery and specifying, and we look specify the port at port 80 and it will be open, and as you can see minus SB, and we're using the escape which is for banner HTTP. So let's run this. So we are done versioning and we are doing for those, then we are adding the banner and we are having the title, and so we are looking at 100 random web server. So let's see what we get in here. This is still running. So scanning, so it will take some time, I guess. So it will run a bunch of those. As you can see, it found two, and this is the these are the couple of the servers that they found in here with random IP address. So we are randomly found couple of the servers like Cloudflare servers and also only Cloudflare servers. So if we have opened up our Apache server, then it would have also found Apache server, because we didn't open our Apache server, that's why it didn't found any. So that's the first way of finding web server or any particular server depending on what you have put in here. So let's go to our last script. So this is another thing that interesting that you can do. So you're gonna attempt to enumerate the DNS, which is the DNS brute force host name by boot guessing a common subdomain. So I have also removed discovery to make this quicker. So let's run this. And I am also doing this on Facebook. So we'll see what sort of subdomain that Facebook has. And I think Facebook doesn't allow to run this brute force attack on their website, because as we all know, Facebook is very protective when it comes to these types of attack. So let's wait a couple of minutes. So it will, I think scan.nmap.org, I think website is correct. Scan me. Okay, I think also I did some mistakes. So scan me dot nmap.org. So let's see what it does. Okay, Facebook got our result back. So as you can see, it takes some time, but it gives you all the result. So we will see the what sort of subdomain the Facebook has, and here we go. We have like apps, DNS, beta, blog, secrets, developer, mobile, web, NS, MySQL, upload. As you can see, all of those subdomains we can find using this simple brute force attack. And as you can see, we have got couple of those in here. I really don't know what this does. Creatrix.facebook.com, never heard of it also. So there's a reasonable list. Actually, if we want a conclusive list of subdomain, I will also recommend this skip. As you can see, it will also show which ports are open, which ports are closed. As you can see, XP client is closed. So that's all about the script.
Hello there. So what is netcat? Netcat is a computer program. So in Kali Linux, how to get Netcat installation, get installed Netcat. In Windows, download the Netcat and put it in the system file to be able to open from like CMD from. Mm, Netcat is a computer networking utility. Here is some major features about Netcat. So outbound or inbound connections, TCP or UDP, to or from any ports, full DNS forward, reverse checking with appropriate warnings, ability to use any local search port, ability to use any locally configured network search address, built-in port scanning capabilities with randomizer. So Netcat is a computer networking utility for reading from and writing to network connections using TCP or UDP. The command is designed to be a dependable backend that can be used directly or usually driven. So now I show you remote desktop, one side in Kali Linux and one side in Microsoft Windows. So I write here IP addresses and command prompt. The Netcat utility program supports a wide range of commands to manage networks and monitor the flow of traffic data between systems. Computer networks, including the World Wide Web, are built in the backbone of the Transmission Control Protocol (TCP) and User Datagram (UDP). So, here is a create new document. Actually, eNetCAD is a tool that reads and writes data across network connections using TCP or UDP protocol. Netcad has been referred to as the TCP/IP networking switch army night. In this article, in this video, whatever you say, we'll look at the different applications of Netcad and how it can be useful in the day-to-day. And then run sudo apt install netcat traditional or compiling from source which you can get from the project page. So here I command ls and you can find test again command cat space text. Now you can find that I created on my text document in another file in Windows. Now remotely I can show you it on Kali Linux. Creating a reverse shell with Netcat, set up a Netcat listener on the attacking machine, connect back to Netcat listener from target machine. After achieving remote code execution, run commands on the target from and attacking machine through the Netcat shell session. So how to create reverse shell with Netcat in Kali Linux? Netcat is a command in Linux which is used to perform port listening, port redirection, port rechecking, or even network testing. Netcat is also called a switch harmony of networking tools. This command is also used to create a reverse shell. Before getting in depth of reverse shell, one must be aware of what exactly is Netcat tool. To know, Generally, in order to hack into a system, an attacker tries to gain shell access to execute the payload commands. So here is some command in CMD. Actually, the very first step is to set up a listener on the attacker's machine in order to act as a server and to listen to the incoming connection. Use the following command to start listening. So in Kali Linux, in terminal, I write some IP addresses and text. So here you show, here you see this. How can you remotely use? Hello there. Today I'll talk about ASPing 3. So here is some syntax about ASPing 3. Man ASPing 3. ASPing is a port scanner. By specifying the TCP flags and port numbers, you can do port scanning used ASPing and open port defined by packet. There is also some syntax about ASPing 3. ASPing 3 ICMP, its IP number, destination IP, targeted IP, ASPing rand source. Rand means a short form of random. So let's check some ASPing 3. ASPing 3 is another tool used for scan network. Actually, it is available in Kali Linux by default. It is one of DOS attack software. DDoS stand for distributed denial of service attack. You can launch and stop DOS attack. Launch and stop DOS attack whenever you want. In this, ASPing 3 will act like an ordinary ping utility sending ICMP. The illustration is like popular utilities like Tracer, Windows, or Linux. So scanning for open port by ASPing 3. Here is I write some command, but I didn't show you some on port. I just show some basic ASPing 3 command in Kali Linux. Decent feature from ASPing 3 is that you can do a trace route to a pointed out port viewing where your packet is blocked. It can simply be carried out by adding trace route to the last command. ASPing is an open source packet generator and analyzer for the TCP/IP protocol created by Salvatore Sanfilippo. It is one of the common tools actually used for security auditing and testing of firewalls and networks, and was used to exploit the ideal scanning technique and now implemented in the Nmap security scanner. ASPing 3 actually a network tool able to send custom ICMP, UDP, TCP packets and to display target replies like ping does with ICMP replies. ASPing 3 is a network tool actually. Here I write some random ID. Hello there. So, what is firewalking? Firewalk is a utility that can be used to determine a firewall ACL from a specific IP address. Used both static port and ASPing firewalk utilities, the TTL expiration feature of TCP. So, firewalking, the traceroute program will show the host up to and including the system which is dropping the packets. The firewall stopping the flow of traffic will still respond to the traceroute packet direct at itself but will not allow further packets to pass on their way to the target system. Let's look top Windows tracer.com tracing route to a specific IP addresses. As you can see, we are unable to complete the trace and begin receiving timeout message at the host which drops the ping packets. We are unable to determine any information beyond this system. Why? Firewalking. Since firewalls are installed for a useful purpose, there must be some sort of traffic alert through, even though the packets used by traceroute are blocked. The firewalking methodology is based on determining what traffic types are allowed and then using these packet types as the basis for further traceroute type scanning. A common firewall implementation might be to only allow DNS queries. So here you look some search. If we can send traffic to UDP port 53 with the next TTL value, it will pass through the initial firewall and return information about the next host in line. You can see the picture as well. Since the trace route functionality is built on the handing of the TTL field at the IP level, any of the various transport mechanisms UDP, TCP or ICMP can be used. Any service based on those protocols may be spoofed. Once a firewall has been identified along the path to the target host scanning, that system will the firewalking methodology will reveal the open ports on the system. These ports will be known even if the next system down the line refuses to pass information to the target port. This information can be used to map the overall access control lists for each target port. This information can be used to map the overall access control lists for each of the firewalls along the way. If each host along the path is not inspected, there is the possibility of falsely reporting ports closed when the traffic is actually blocked by some intermediate system. The following diagram how this might happen. Look at the diagram. In the above scenario, a firewalking scan of firewall 2 towards the target host leads to the conclusion, this port 23 is closed on Farewell 2 when the traffic is actually blocked by Farewell and was never received at Farewell 2. To avoid false negatives, all hosts must be scanned along the way to the target. This process is, of course, a high level process. So, we need some tool about firewalking, firewalking tools. There is some many firewalking tools. The authors of the firewalking paper have also developed a proof of concept tool named Firewalk, which has became quite popular in the community. The Firewalk tool implements the firewalking strategy and includes the full scanning of all intermediate hops across to the network. This prevent the false negative reports as described above. Firewalk is currently available on Linux and has recently been upgraded with a graphical user interfaces based on the GTK toolkit. The Firewalk tool allows any ports to be scanned but does not attempt to actually spoof the service being attempted. Because of these, some firewalls which inspect the actual packet contents may stop firewalk scans even on ports which are allowed. Instruction detection tools can also use the behavior to detect firewalk scans. The firewalk tool is available in this link. The ASPing2 tool is another popular network security tool also. So here, for an information security attack, an attacker follows certain steps as some link. Firewalk is designed to scan for open ports through a firewall scanning tools. If the attacker knows IP address and IP address one of system inside firewall, then he or she can attack your computer or your network. Then create a packet and set it time to live TTL to one more the number of the hops to firewall and set destination port to N. Okay, that's it for today. So today's topic is Nmap. So what is Nmap? Nmap is a network scanner created by Jordan Lane. Let's search Google about Nmap. Go to this website, Nmap, the network mapper free security scanner. Here is the Nmap official website. You can download it for Mac or Linux or Windows operating system as well. Here is some documentation and about section, how you can user guide, how you can use Nmap in the site navigation, communication. All the information about Nmap is here. Nmap provides a number of features for proving computer networks, including host discovery and service and operating system detection. These features are extensible by scripts that provide more advanced service detection, vulnerability detection, and other features. Nmap can adapt to network condition, including latency and congestion during scan. Actually, Nmap started as a Linux utility and was ported to other systems including Windows, Mac OS, and BSD. It is most popular on Linux, followed by Windows. Here is some basic features, technology, license. All the information about Nmap you can find here. So let's use the nmap in Kali Linux. So here is a nmap IP addresses starting nmap 7. So nmap features include host discovery, identifying hosts on a network, for example, listening the hosts that respond to TCP and or ICMP requests or have a particular port open, port scanning, ports, TCP IP stack fingerprinting, determining the operating systems and hardware characteristics of network devices based on observations of network activity of said devices. So here it gives some command. Nmap can provide further information on targets, including reverse DNS names, device types, and MAC addresses. So the Nmap scripting engine NSE is one of Nmap's most powerful and flexible features. It allows user to write and share simple script to automate a wide variety of networking tasks. Those scripts are then executed in parallel with the speed and efficiency you can expect from Nmap. Users can rely on the growing and diverse set of scripts distributed with Nmap or write their own meet custom needs. We designed NSE to be versatile with the following tasks in mind: network discovery, more sophisticated version detection, vulnerability detection. The Nmap version detection system. So now I show you some command. Vulnerable. So auditing the security of a network, identifying new servers, generating traffic to hosts on a network response analysis and response time measurement. So here you can see port in the port script ban. So here is the uh, all the configuration and network configuration about the PC by found by the help of Nmap. Now clear. Just look the comment carefully. So if you go to Nmap official website, you can find scripts, NS engine information.
So in this lecture I will be talking about Nmap and how we can analyze its traffic with Wireshark. So Nmap is for scanning network. You can use it to scan network and basically it can give you a great deal of useful information. For example, if you are in a LAN, then you can have like MAC addresses of the machine that you want to scan, and of course you know the IP addresses. But if you don't know the IP addresses, you can just scan the entire subnet or something of a kind. It can also determine which operating systems are running on remote machine, whether they are on LAN or outside. So it doesn't matter. It will conduct a scan, but primarily it can tell you what ports are open on the system. And if it does report on open the system, you can kind of include a great deal of things out of that. For example, you can figure out which services are running, and you can assume which operating system is running because you have some default open ports in such a way that you can get more information. Now you should not scan the system that you do not own or not have any permission because because this is not permitted. If you want to scan others website or others machine, so I will prefer you to scan on your system or your machine that you own. So today within my lab environment I will be scanning my own virtual machine, and I will show you how you can actually reduce the or how can you actually monitor the traffic, and monitor more importantly how you can monitor the size of the traffic, because the less packet you have, the lower the probability is that your scan will be detected, and you have a lower chance that the firewall will actually stop your scan as well. Now this is very important for people who are into the penetration testing. They attempt to use this sort of data to use this method, and basically just scan a virtual machine with an app, then have Wi-Fi to Wireshark to monitor the scan, and in a such a way that can see a sort of parameters, and it can sort of the scan of the map that will generate a least amount of traffic in many cases. So I have said before in penetration testing that you have a permission to scan the system after performing this kind of task. So unless you own the system or have permission to scan the system, do not do it because it is not permitted. Anyway, what you will need to do is you need to install Nmap to system on your Kali Linux. As you can see, I am using Kali Linux. You can use other Linux distributor. All processes are the same, and it is pretty easy. This isn't really that much hard. So if you want to install Nmap, just simply type apt install and type the name of Nmap, and it will automatically install Nmap. Because I already have installed Nmap, so this installation process will not show me something new. So this is our Nmap on command line interface, and this is our Wireshark interface. So this is a very interesting tool. So this is one of the best tools that you can find for these purposes, and it has been around for quite a while. So if you don't know what it is, I strongly advise to get familiar with it if you was to learn more about working monitoring network and something related. So Wireshark is a fantastic tool. It allows you to connect and pretty much port in any way. So a great deal of protocols, and I think it is fantastic. And the good thing is it is completely free, and they will not ask you to pay anything on anything for it. So this is our working monitoring process. As you can see, it is 0. So let's see if this is ETL 0 or not. So as you can see, our monitor is Ethernet, which is ETL 0. So Let's go to our ETS0, and as you can see, there are already couple of packets are already running even without doing anything, because these are from the system. As you can see, it is stopped and it will also continue running. So let's interact with our Nmap. So let's see what they send when we interact with our IP addresses. So let's type Nmap IP address 192.168. So this is the IP address of my machine. As you can see, there is currently no protocol which is for TCP or UDP, because they are only for system of this Linux. So that's why this is all for, as you can see, for HTTP and all of those. So instantly when we run this, and it will start to monitor all of those traffic that corresponded with TCP and UDP, and it will filter all of those. So let's see. As you can see, it is running from both DNS, ARP, DNS, because we are running an DNS ping. So as you can see, these are the pages that got result from this Nmap scanning. So as you can see, there is no traffic similarly like this, like DNS or MDNS right now, because these are all for standard HTTP. So let's run our nmap.org to see which. As you can see, lots of jar port generated. As you can see, instantly 300, 400, 500, 700, 800, and all of those are running on port, and all of those port are TCP mostly. As you can see, TCP, 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 all of those ports are TCP. So it will continue running after it finds. So as you can see, there are lots of TCP ports are open. As you can see, TCP, 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 all of those ports are from TCP. That's why it showed all of those results from TCP. And this is the destination IP address. This is our MAC IP address. As you can see, lots of traffic that generated within a second, which is similar nearly 2000. So this is a very fast scan, obviously, because the little scale that we connected simply for this website. So you can use another website that you want to scan, or any IP addresses that you want to test, and it already sent nearly 2000 plus packets, and this is a huge amount. I mean, this is bound to be detected for sure. So if there is a network admin on the other side, they will see and they will notice that there is a problem. So then they will now need to actually work on to reduce the size of our nmap. So working environment is go ahead and nmap, and make sure when you try to send less packets as you can. So this is something that you need to do something on your network, because this is a fantastic reason to figure out what's going on, what system is being used and the other side. And if you can physically go over there or something of a kind, or like a test breaker, then you can do all of those. As you can see all of those information in here for this specific packet. You can see protocol version, which protocol version they used, and all of those, and also which type, date, TCP sync, and as you can see lots of information that you can gather. Source port, which is this, from here. So this is a very important tool that you need to learn. So I will explain that in a great detail in our next lecture, how you can conduct stealth scan, how you will see Wireshark when it comes to monitor the traffic, and this will be a significant reduction of the amount that packet transferred in any case. So that's all for this lecture.
Hello there. Today I will talk about subdomain. So, a subdomain is an uh, primary domain name. Essentially, a subdomain is a separate part of your website that operates under the same primary domain name. To create a subdomain, you must have a primary domain name. Without a primary domain name, there's no way to add a subdomain onto it. For example, when you are using the site, you are always using a subdomain like reno.craigslist.org or target.com, beta.facebook.com. You will automatically be forwarded to the subdomain that corresponds to your physical location on your primary domain name. Domain name could be based webdesigner.com, while you could add a subdomain to the domain called blog.basedwebdesigner.com. Subdomains give you the freedom of creating an entirely new website. So here's some link. How can you download it? How can you use it, run it? Now let's talk about some Python Linux basic commands about subdomain. Have a look. First command is ls. You can use knock.python.py. Then python knockpy.py. Have the target name, the whole thing, IP address, domain name, getting subdomain for isecurity.org. It's a website domain name. So here you check name, IP addresses, domain name, field, more value is here. What you need. Now if I go this website, I can hit the domain and localhost, where is located, server value. So now I want to use Linux operating system. Some secret file, hiding files. The Linux operating system provides you with multiple commands that you can run into the terminal to find a specific file. Let's have a look. Just create a in the environment first. If I go this IP addresses, some basic commands. Yeah, these commands are case sensitive, meaning that you need to know the exact name of your file and whether it is in lowercase or uppercase letters or a combination or both. So I can go another website, host name, we change this. A PHP file, PHP made website. There is a method that can be used to make a file search case insensitive using certain flags in the command line interfaces. So here is the domain name. You just check this, copy this URL, now come to command. There is a method that can be used to make a file search case insensitive using certain flags in the command line. Hello there. So today I will talk about vulnerability scanner. So what is a vulnerability? A vulnerability scanner is an automated tool that identifies and creates an inventory of all IT assets, including server, desktop, laptops, virtual machines, containers, firewalls. So types of scanner: external vulnerability scanning, internal vulnerability scanning, and authorized scanning. So authorized scanning is a legal way, and external internal vulnerability scanning basically used for hacking tools or others. Most security teams utilize vulnerability scanners to bring to light security vulnerabilities in their computer systems, network applications, and procedures. There are a vulnerability scanning tools available, each offering a unique combination of capabilities. Leading vulnerability scanners provide users with information. For each asset, it also attempts to identify operational details such as the operating system it runs and the software installed on it, along with other attributes such as open ports and user accounts. A vulnerability scanner enables organizations to monitor their networks. So here is external internal scan direction, north south versus east west. External scan servers and applications directly accessible to north-south traffic between the corporate firewall and the public internet, and internal scans servers and apps that could be compromised by lateral east-west traffic once the local network has been accessed. Then level of access privileges, unauthenticated and authenticated. Non-credential scanners discover service open to an available over the network and send packets. And authenticated credentialed scanners have privileged access to more detailed and precise system information such as OS and other software versions and configurations. Then scope of device is scanned, it's limited or comprehensive. So, if I talk about limited, focuses on a particular device such as servers, desktops, laptops, virtual machine, mobile phones, peripherals, and other network appliances. It is and comprehensive scans operating system only installed software, user account information about more across almost all over the devices attached to the network. So it's different scan used different work. Even look at the unauthenticated OS version current status, such as open file shares and more, but an authenticated OS and other software versions and configurations. So here is vulnerability, some step, prioritize, plan, remediate. So in first option, we see discovery, detection, and risk classification. And plan section, verification, impact analysis, reporting. So types of vulnerability assessment scans: network-based scans, host-based scans, wireless scans, application scans, database scans. So identifies possible network security attacks and vulnerable system on networks. It network-based scan. Host-based scans finds vulnerabilities in workstations, server, or other network hosts and provides visibility into configuration setting and patch storing. And wireless scan identifies routes, access points, and validate that a company network is securely configured or not. Then application scan detects no known software vulnerabilities and misconfigurations in network or web apps. Then come to database scans, identifies the weak points in a database. It's actually really a weak point about database scans, and attacker really attacks first database scans. Mm. If we know vulnerabilities are leading vulnerabilities, scanner provide users with information about weakness in their environment, insights into degree of risk from each vulnerability, recommendations on how to migrate the vulnerability. Before researching a vulnerability scanning tools, it's important to understand exactly how scanning will contribute to your more broad vulnerability management and security. So this is how vulnerability work: local build, automated build, published image locally pulled, container running. This is a diagram actually. Container destroyed. So first pre-checks: secure Docker, trusted OS, operating system, safe build environment, tools, repositories. First check this. Then local development, code analysis, app building, testing, limiting, image building, then CI pipelines, then distribution, deployment, runtime image scanning. Actually, step by step, vulnerability analysis dashboard. Look here, vulnerability overview. 100 scan, score 100, total 0, risk, medium risk, low risk. All the information you see here. Here's the vulnerability types, category, website vulnerability, your website safe or not. It shows insecure, ensure that your website or your data secure or not. Okay, that's it for today. Bye. So, what is Nessus? Nessus was built from the ground up with a deep understanding of how security partitions work. Every feature in Nessus is designed to make so Nessus is a popularity vulnerability scanner developed by Tenable. So you can simply Google it and download it. Vulnerabilities that could allow unauthorized controller access to sensitive data on a system. Misconfiguration, missing patches, default password, a few common passwords, and blank absent passwords on the same system accounts. Nessus can also call Hydra, an external tool, to launch a dictionary attack. Nessus scans cover a wide range of technologies including operating systems. So install Tenable Nessus, accept, next, next, install. Yes, then next, click agree and install. Okay, press finish. Welcome to Nessus. So you are likely, if you want, you can go to website. Then initial account setup. Continue. So here you create a key. Just click here and give activation key. Registration, offline registration. Nessus scans cover a wide range of technologies including operating system, network devices, databases, web servers, and critical infrastructure. So here is the activation key and registration complete. So simply give username admin and password, sign in. Here is dashboard of Nessus. So no policies. So this is how you can scan. So CMD can be automated through the use of command line client. There exist many different commercial, free and open source tools for both Unix and Windows to manage individual or district Nessus scanners. Nessus provides additional functionality beyond testing for known network vulnerabilities. For instance, it can use Windows credentials to examine patch levels on computers running the Windows operating system. Nessus can also support configuration and compliance audits. Okay, thank you. And this is how you can scan and how you can use Nessus. Simply download it and try it on your own. Hello everyone. Today's topic is Skipfish and Vega. So, what is Skipfish? Penetration testing tool in Kali Linux. Skipfish is a free, open source, automated penetration testing tool available on GitHub, made for security researchers. Skipfish is used for information gathering and testing the security of websites and web servers. Skipfish is the easiest and one of the best tools for penetration testing. It provides many integrated tools to perform penetration testing on the target system. This tool is also known as an active web application security reconnaissance tool, and this tool functions and makes a map on the console of the targeted site using recursive crawl and dictionary based probes. This tool gives us all the security checks that are active in the domain. Lastly, this tool generates a report. This tool generates a report which can be further for securely assessments. Skipfish web application scanner command or uses W for word list, O for output, A for user pass, minus A host IP, authentication and access options. This is, look this carefully. Minus N, do not accept any new cookies. Minus B, use headers consistent with MSI fire. Minus H, append a custom HTTP header to all requests. Minus C, name equal value, append a custom cookie to all requests. Minus F equal IP. Some features and uses of Skipfish tools. Skipfish is open source intelligence tool. Skipfish can track enumeration, Skipfish is a fully automated tool. Skipfish has more than 15 modules that can be used for penetration testing, and Skipfish is used to scanning websites and web apps. Skipfish is used to scan content management systems CMS. Skipfish can find vulnerabilities in CMS, WordPress, Joomla, or many other. Skipfish has a large number of modules such as MetaGo, Fill, WannaGo, or many more things. Okay, let's talk about Vega, open source web application vulnerability scanner, proxy, and platform. Vega is basically a vulnerability scanner, and it is web source web application. This is not a tool or framework. This is a open source web application. And so how you guys can configuring Kali Linux 2012 for Vega? Look those screenshot and command like sudo update alternatives config java. Here we can see that our default Java version is marked by Java version. To select Java version 8, now we have selected Java version 8 in our system. To check it, and we need to add Debian Linux's repository to install libwebkit on our Kali Linux system, and this libwebkit is not available on Kali Linux repository. That's why we need to add Debian's repository by using following command: sudo echo dev http dev.debian. This is command line, and the above command will add Debian repository. We just need to update our cache by using update command sudo apt get update, and then sudo apt get install libwebkit jtk, and this may took some time. So downloading and installing Vega on Kali Linux. We can download Vega from the official website. After click the download button, successfully download, and after downloading the zip file on our downloads, you can unzip it and then navigate to Vega. Press to start a scan in Vega. Scanner mode. In and window. In the window, we enter the target website URL. The Vega will start the scan. After ending the scan, we got the result as we can see in the following screenshot. And another one is proxy mode. So that's it, guys. Hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching. So today's topic is Nmap. So what is Nmap? Nmap is a network scanner created by Jordan Lane. Let's search Google about Nmap. go to this website, Nmap the network mapper free security scanner. Here is the Nmap official website. You can download it for Mac or Linux or Windows operating system as well. Here is some documentation and about section, how you can user guide, how you can use Nmap, Nmap site navigation, communication, all the information about Nmap is here. Nmap provides a number of features for proving computer networks, including host discovery and service and operating system detection. These features are extensible by scripts that provide more advanced service detection, vulnerability detection, and other features. Nmap can adapt to network condition, including latency and congestion during scan. Actually, Nmap started as a Linux utility and was ported to other systems including Windows, Mac OS, and BSD. It is most popular on Linux, followed by Windows. Here is some basic features, technology, license, all the information about Nmap you can find here. So let's use the Nmap in Kali Linux. So here is a Nmap IP addresses starting Nmap 7. So Nmap features include host discovery, identifying hosts on a network, for example, listening the hosts that respond to TCP and or ICMP requests or have a particular port open, port scanning, ports, TCP IP stack fingerprinting, determining the operating systems and hardware characteristics of network devices based on observations of network activity of said devices. So here it gives some command. Nmap can provide further information on targets, including reverse DNS names, device types, and MAC addresses. So the Nmap scripting engine NSE is one of Nmap's most powerful and flexible features. It allows user to write and share simple script to automate a wide variety of networking tasks. Those scripts are then executed in parallel with the speed and efficiency you can expect from Nmap. Users can rely on the growing and diverse set of scripts distributed with Nmap or write their own meet custom needs. We designed NSE to be versatile with the following tasks in mind: network discovery, more sophisticated version detection, vulnerability detection. The Nmap version detection system. So now I show you some command. Vulnerable. So auditing the security of a network, identifying new servers, generating traffic to hosts on a network response analysis and response time measurement. So here you can see port, nmap port, script ban. So here is the uh, all the configuration and network configuration about the PC by found by the help of nmap. Now clear. Just look the comment carefully. So if you go to nmap official website, you can find scripts, NS engine information.
So far in the server-side attacks, we have seen how we can use a default password or use a misconfigured service to gain access to the target computer. Today we will be going through and have an example of a very simple thing, which is a vector. So some program or services are shipped or come with some embedded vectors on them. So we're going to exploit them, and I choose this very simple exploit because I want to introduce you to a framework called Metaxploit. So we're going to be using that framework a lot. So I wanted something simple to start with, then we're going to be go deeper with the framework. Now first let me show you how to find that exploit. So again, using the same method that we always been using, I have used nmap and I have to go for the 21 port. So we're going to using this framework, which is BSF FTP. So just search this, and as you can see, it has a Rapid7 website, and this is the exploit. So as you can see, the result comes first result from the comes to the website called Rapid7. Now we have up to a 7 Rapid7 company that makes this framework. So why I choose this particular exploit to show you today that. So we are going to exploit this service or this program or this problem using Metaxploit. As you can see, Rapid7 is telling that this is the version of FTP that has a backdoor command execution, so it will allow us to basically execute commands on the target computer. So if it has this program installed and unlock, so we can use this program which is installed, and then we can execute commands on the target computer. So basically we want on the nmap we google the name services, and first thing that came up the service which is the backdoor command execution, because this is, as you can see, first result rapid 7. So it will be using this command execution. So let's just copy this backdoor which is this, and let's open our terminal and open msf console. Okay, studying, so it will take up a couple of seconds. Okay, we are run. So just paste what you copy. As you can see, no use exploit, no payload is configured. So as you can see, we are now using this exploit. So just type show options to show all the options. As you can see, there is no rhost selected, only rport is selected, so we have to set our rhost. So the command you need to use to set rhost is just type set rhost, and type the IP address of our meta exploitable machine 192.168. Okay, I mistakenly entered, so let's type again set rhost 192.168.1.101. So let's type again to show the options to see if our rhost is selected or not. As you can see, our rhost and also rport is now selected. So if we go to nmap, we can see that our port 21 is running on FTP. As you can see, FTP. So the client of our servers is running on our port 21. So this is, we don't need to change anything because we're using port 21. So this is good. We need to change it to that. What we need to change is our rhost that we changed. So just paste enter after typing set rhost, and just you are just done. So what you have to do, just type exploit. As you can see, we are right now onto our meta exploitable machine. So we are right now on ID. So if I just type ID, as you can see, we are right now on our root access. If we just type ls, as you can see, these are all of the files that are on our meta exploitable machine, and we have access to our meta exploitable machine. And if we type pwd, as you can see, we are right now on root. So you can use any command that you can want in here in your target machine. So as you can see, this is very simple to use meta exploit, and in future we will be using more of our meta exploitable or MSF console, and we'll do the advanced stuff also. So in this lecture we'll be talking about all types of routers and all about routers. So let's talk about first what is routers. So by this scenario, like let's give you a scenario, like if you are a telecom company which has a branch office in your area, then it establishes a connection between them, and then we use a routers at both ends which are connected through a fiber optic cable through high bandwidth STM link or DS3 link. So in this scenario, the traffic of this form of data, voice or video will flow through both ends dedicatedly between them without the interface of any third unwanted traffic. So this process is cost effective and also time efficient. Likewise, this router also plays a key role to establish connection between software testers. Then we will explore further. So this diagram, as you can see, this diagram of a router network where two routers, namely R1 and R2, are connecting three different networks. So let's now talk about types of router. So there are basically two types of router. First one is hardware routers. So there are hardware. So these are the hardware with distinctive inbuilt software competence provided by the manufacturer. So they use a routing ability to perform the routing, and they have some more special features also in addition to basic routing features, and also software routers. So they operate in the same way as the hardware router do, but they don't have any separate hardware box. It perhaps in a Windows network or Linux server. So these all have inbuilt routing abilities. Although the software testers are generally used as gateway and firewall in large number of networking system, both types of router have their own feature and significance. So let's talk about the features of routers. So it works on the network layer on the OSI reference model and communicate with neighbor device on the concept of IP addressing and subnetting. The main component of routers are the central processing unit, flash memory, non-volatile RAM, and also network interfacing card and console. Routers have a different kind of multiple ports like fast Ethernet port, gigabit, and STM link port. All ports support high-speed network connectivity. Depending upon the type of port needed on the network, the user can configure them accordingly. Routers carry out the data, and it gives the process to filter out the unwanted interfaces. Routers have the inbuilt intelligence to route the traffic in a big networking system by treating the subnetwork as an intact network. Routers always works in a master and slave mode, thus provide the redundancy. Both routers will have the same configuration as the router and hardware level. If the master fails, then the slave will act as a master and then it perform their entire task. So let's talk about what is IP routing. So it is the procedure of transmitting the packets from the end device of one network to remote end from the other network. So this is accomplished by the routers. So router inspect the destination end and IP address and then hop address, and according to the result it will follow the data packets to the destination. Routing tables are used to find out the next hop address and destination address. So let's talk about routing table. The routers have an internal memory called RAM. Then all the information a routing table gather will be stored in a RAM of routers, and a routing table identifies the path for a packet by learning the IP address and other related information from the table and forward the packet to a desired destination or network. So the following are the entities contained in a routing table, which is IP address and subnet mask of the destination host of the network, IP address of the all of those routers which are required to reach the destination network, extrovert interface information. And there are three types of procedure by populating a routing table, which is first, directly connected the subnets, static routing, and at the end, last, dynamic routing. So let's test our routing table inside our Windows machine. So simply type root print, and it will give you the table of these routing machines. As you can see, the default gateway address, also the IP address of this machine, and also the interfaces list of all of these routers that are available in here, like Realtalk, This is my Wi-Fi that are connected right now, and these are the virtual machines host Ethernet. As you can see, all of those are available in here. Also the network destination, net mask, gateway and interface matrix, all of those you can see using this IPv4 route table. Also you have IPv6 route table, which is this one, as you can see. So if you have IPv6 route table enabled, then this will also show up in here. So that's all about the routers that you need to know. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about scanning with Armitage. So we're going to talk about the basic of scanning the network. So Armitage has a separated tab named host to manage the host and scanning the host. So we can import host to Armitage via a file by clicking on import host from the host tab, or just we can manually add a host by clicking on the add host option from the host tab. Armitage also provides option to scan for host. So these scans are like two types, Nmap scan and MSF scan. So first, the MSF scan can make use of the various port and service scanning modules in Metasploit, whereas the Nmap scan make use the popular port scanning tools like Network Mapper, or the name that we know, which is Nmap. So let's scan the network by just selecting a intense scan option from the Nmap scan from the host tab. However, on clicking the intense scan, Armitage will display a pop-up that asks on the target range as you show in here. So make sure first you click on the Armitage and open the Armitage, then scan the network by selecting the intense scan option from the default page, and then just select the host tabs and then clicking the intense scan. Armitage will pop up this window. So as soon as we enter the target range, the Nmap will start scanning to the network to identify the ports, services and operating systems. So we can view scan details in this third panel of the interface, as you can see in here. So as you can see here, Nmap scan. This is the Nmap bar. So you can also check on the workspaces and console. So you can see in here Nmap scan on this port, as you can see, from 0 to 24. So it will scan all of those. So as you can see in this IP address, you have like 1000 ports, and discover the open ports are from TCP or from 902. So and also it completed the scene scan, and it all then initialized the service scan, and it completed the service scan which found one services. And as you can see in here, that initiating the OS detection. So initiating the OS detection in this specific address. So it will take some time, but after the scan has completed, every host on the target machine or host on the target network will be presented on the second panel, as you can see in here. Interface in the forms of icon that represent the operating system of the host, like this is the main operating system, this is the printer on this address, and this is the another machine that are connected. So these are all of those machines that are running on the target range. So how can you go to this? Just click on the workspaces, then you can see all of those, and you can also see all of those exploit payload, and you can use all of those options in here. So let's see what services are running on the target. So let's see what services are running on the host in the target range by just right clicking on the desired host and just clicking on the service. As you can see, a lot of service running on the first host, which is 128, this one. So just right click on this icon and just click services, and it will go to this page. So as you can see, so lots of services are running, such as Microsoft DS, SMB, Microsoft Windows, Apache server. On those ports also are running, like port 445, which is the running Windows XP. Then also on 80 there is Apache server is running, and this is the HTTP. So these ports can be easily fished to catch as the host is running on the Windows XP box. So let's just target all of those services by instructing Armitage to find the matching exploit of this service. So we can find the matching exploit for a target by selecting a host on, then browsing those attack tabs and click just find the attack, and find attack will option will match those exploit database against those services that are running on the target host. As you can see, lots of services are running. However, after Armitage complete the matching of all services against the exploit database, it will generate a pop-up, as you can see in here, similarly like this. And just after we click the OK, we will be able to see whenever we click a host that click on a host, and the new option that name attack is now available on the menu, and the sub menu will display all of those matching exploit modules that we can launch to target a host. So that's how we can just scan using a simple Armitage graphical interface. So you don't need to do any coding. It's just a simple graphical interface, so that you can match or like model out the vulnerabilities and match all of those, and just take the analysis, and then you can just exploit with Armitage after that. So that's all about the scanning with Armitage. So in this lecture, we'll be talking about Metasploit community scanning. So scanning is an essential part of penetration testing. Oftentimes, attackers go straight into exploitation, as they have already obtained the IP address range used by the organization. So this is a critical mistake, as they have not discovered all of the live host or open services. So continuing a penetration testing without having a solid understanding of the live host, open services, and also operating system being used in the environment will often result in the crash of many product systems. Clearly, we would like to avoid having to exploit to the multiple production systems. So scanning with Metasploit community edition. So first, let's what you have to do is create a new project by clicking on the project, and then create a new project as it follows. Note that there is only required to provide a project name, and we'll also provide the description and also network, as you can see. Now the project has successfully created, and we can begin our scanning by clicking scan as. You can see this is the scan button. Then what you have to do, you have to confirm the IP address range that you want to being scanned, and configure the advanced options such as host to exclude or special nmap switches, and then click on launch scan when it's ready. Just what you have to do after that is just sit back and relax and look at how different services are discovered. Okay, sorry. Okay, let's save. Okay, as I was saying, just sit back and relax and look at the different services that are discovered as the scan progresses. So once the scan is completed, you can examine the result by clicking on the analysis button, as you can see at the top of the bar, and then press host as the icon shows. Then what you have to do, click on the IP address or host to obtain the more information, as you can see in here. So click the host or IP address, display the additional information about such as host files, list of open ports, service information, and so forth. And notice that you have additional tabs such as vulnerability, file share, notes, and credential in here, as you can see, vulnerability, file share, notes, and credential. Clicking on each tab provides additional information that may be useful during a penetration testing. And exploring a different tab shows us the target is vulnerable to the following vulnerability. As you can see, this is the vulnerability auxiliary scanning Java MSFI server, which is reference on Oracle, and this is the server, and this is the exploit. So armed with this information, the attacker can now proceed with the exploitation. So that's all the part of the scanning process. As you can see, very simple. Hello everyone. So in this lecture, I'm going to give you an example of scanning. So in this video, we are going to be looking at the Nikto, which is a web vulnerability scanner or a website. So it's a web server that security scanner that scans on your web server or your WordPress or any other server that you have. And you know, it's a very fantastic tool for detecting vulnerabilities on the server, right? So now the thing that I like about the Nikto is that I use it a lot. I mean a lot in the professional full professional projects. It's really detect the server misconfiguration. Now what do I mean? You know that most of the time, you know, the system administrator or you know the people you actually set up the web hosting, they really don't know what they are doing. So when this comes, you know, there may be like the information for living or subdomain, which will be like wide open for people to know, and just to find them the further so that they can exploit. But you know, just finding random server configuration like misconfiguration or misconfiguring ports, that. So now let's see something like that has a like get and post comment or all that great stuff, that which you know that might sound a bit confusing to you, but if you are beginner now, then it will be all right. I'll talk more details in here how to all these Nikto tools works. So and we'll be moving along. So using this tool is like a bug suite, like burp suite. So we'll get it which into the in depth. So now let's get started. Now I'm going to be using a web server for Apache, most importantly the Apache web server for the testing purpose that I actually configured, and the IP address will be the IP address of the Apache server, and I also tested out it works, so that I can use this Apache web server for this testing. You can indeed test on this like mine in any Apache web server or that being hosted on the Debian server for the testing purpose, or you can use your own server or your own WordPress website or server that you own for this testing. Make sure you test only on that you own, and I would not recommend to test on a server that you don't own, because it will give the problem to that specific website or web server that people own. So make sure you always I recommend to test on your web server or on your WordPress web server. And for the thing that I need to mention about being tested on a WordPress site, make sure you're going to log into the WordPress site and update the WordPress version. and the plugins to make it more secure that way, and it becomes more secure and becomes a little bit more challenging for the testing. So alright, for now we are going to be using, and we are going to learn how to use Nikto. So I already did all of this, so let's just, it's very easy. You can just type Nikto in here, it will give you the graphical interface as you can see, but we are not going to use this. We are going to use the command line interface for better work purpose or convenient, because it is very easy, as we know it's very easy. And just what you have to do now is pretty simple. First we are gonna look up the help option for the command that you gonna use. So we are going to look at how to use the Nikto to scan vulnerabilities that we might find on the site. So it's very simple, just open up your command terminal, just hit the Nikto, and then done. You are done. Then for this help option, you just type help and it will give you all the information. And most specifically the command that we are going to be looking at is this. From the beginning, that we can be sorted really well. This is why I really like Nikto. Now some of you might be asking or might have a question that comes on your mind, that well, you should ask about the WordPress scan. Doesn't this just do the exact same thing? Well, the WordPress scan is the only that designed to sniff out the vulnerabilities on a WordPress website. The good thing about Nikto is that it works on any web server or website for that matter. And you know what, once you know that, it's really fun and fantastic, because it works on any site or any web server that we have already seen. So let's get what these commands do. Now some of the most important commands are the db check, which checks database and other key files for the syntax errors. Then format, which saves file. Then help, that extends the help information. Then you have to have a plugin to list all the plugins. Then you have output, which allow you to output the result into a file, very important. So if you are penetration tester, you always should have a documentation of all those scans that you are performing. And you have a SSL, which for the SSL mode into a port, which we are going to be using. So in this video we are going to be specifying the use of default port, and for us the default port is 80. So which I'll show you how to specify, and you can also change the port if you want to, which would make a lot of sense unless you are performing some sort of serious scan that is more specialized. Then you have your first necessary mode on the port, which is not that important, and you don't actually come across a lot of that, and you can actually update it and you can print it plugin in a later based version if you want to. So let's get started with the command that we're going to be using. So I'm going to just type in Nikto and specify the host -h, and which is the h command, and we're going to use this Apache server. And after this I would use this website address. This is the domain of the IP address, and I'm going to do this website, and we're gonna select that, and I'm gonna type h command, which I am using. As you can see, this is the h command. This is the host that I know that specify the port. So for port we are gonna specify the port -p, and the port is 80. As you can see, the default port is 80, so you can define any port in here. So as you can see, I am just defining the port, specify the port 80. You can choose anyone you want. So you use P for specifying the port, which is both 80. So if you just press enter, it will take some time, but it will give you a lot of vulnerabilities on this web server, as you can see in here. So we already know that, as we already passed, this is the Debian server on Apache. So it already has, as you can see, XSS protection not defined, so it is already a vulnerable web server. So you make sure you always check your own, because this must be defined, because otherwise this is not safe for users. So because I am using on a testing server, that's why I did not define this XSS. And this is very huge vulnerability, because this will be looking and to exploit all of this, and to upload the vulnerability and all of those good stuff, because a lot of guys here have been like doing a lot of penetration testing and trying to get the information. So make sure you do this, because hacking on a web is a different ballgame. While this is very tricky, and because the every site is configured differently. So alright, it gives us already returned all the result, and you can see all the vulnerabilities in here. The script. So as you can see, this is given all of those vulnerability that found. As you can see, the PHP backdoor file manager, all of those was found in here, and these are all the vulnerability. So there's a lot of important stuff that we are able to gather in here. Again, it would be much more wise to scan a WordPress site with a WordPress scan, but for other website this is very fantastic. And this is how to scan for vulnerabilities that exist on a web server. And in this case, let's look at one more command, which is for the output command, when we are going to save all of this on a file. So after that, so as you can see, I am on a root directory. You can choose any directory as you want. So I am gonna save all the save will be saved on this root directory. So we are gonna use this same command, nicto h same. We are gonna use this web server -p for defining the port 80, -o for outputting the result, and we are gonna name this file as nicto_result, and we are gonna define this extension, this file extension, as txt. As you can see, I did a lot of mistake in here, because I did some mistake. As you can see, your extension should be just txt, not .txt, because this is the extension file, so it should be just simple as just extension name. And the main thing is that the defining F should be capital. As you can see, it should be capital, as I made some mistake in here. So the capital and then txt. So in overall, I just call it the nicto result, and that's a good to name your documentation appropriately. And now we want to specify the file type, which in case you can say the command of capital F to specify the file type of the file extension. So in this case, I am going to select the txt just to keep things basic, and just press enter. And this is going to start the scanning process. This will take some time, like 2 to 3 minutes, and once the scanning process is complete, it's going to give us the actually saving the data in a real time, and it's will performing the scan as well. So just give it a couple of minutes. After completing the scan, we will be able to see whether or not the information was stored in the file that we specified in the stored. So we will be looking at this vulnerability. So let's move along. By the first thing is that what we've got, and we've got like gather information on a web server or a website, and this is just a basic, just getting started, and this is very good to customize the tool. So as you can see, this is completed. As you can see, one hosted is tested because this is the host one defined. You can use a couple of more if you want. So what you have to do now is you have to go to this directory where you have saved the file. So let's just open it as root. Because you cannot open root directory without root permission. So as you can see, Nikto result. As you can see. So let's just open the file. So this is very important. They are specifically for the penetration testing, because this is going to be the Nikto that will be moving along with this, and we know we'll be looking for cross-site scripting, how to bulk shoot, and you can test any other way or any other thing that you want, but this is the basic way that you can test for scanning purpose for any WordPress or WordPress site or any website that you own or that you have. I guess you guys found value in this lecture, and that's all for this.
Hello there. In this tutorial I will show you guys introduction and basic of DOS, denial of service, and DDoS attack. So first I will show you guys learn denial of service DOS and distributed denial of service DDoS properly. After completing that, I will show you guys learn how to do DOS and DDoS attack like a black hat hacker or bad guys. And inside DOS and DDoS attack like a black hat hacker or bad guys, I'll show you guys SYN flood attacks, HTTP flood attacks, peer-to-peer attack, slow rise attacks, and stressors and booters. After completing that, I will show you guys creating zombie computers, bootnets, and executing DDoS attack. After completing this, I will show crash or taking down websites and signal jamming using DOS and DDoS attack. After completing that, I will show real world example of DOS and DDoS attack and its full demonstration. So in this course, I will briefly explain about DOS and DDoS attack and demonstration.
So in this slide we'll gonna talk about or more focus about the denial of service attack. So what is the denial of service attack? So the denial of service attack is an attempt to make a machine or the network resources available to its intended user. So you are working in your organization and you try to access the printer. So it's not available to you and you try to access your organization website, it's not available. You try to access a important and it's not available. So this is the denial of service, and the denial of service affects the business very badly because things about it. Let's take a website, big website like Amazon or Google or any e-commerce website, any of the website where they make money within a minutes. So if they are down like a couple of hours, this is means losing a lot of money, hundreds or millions of money. So if you go to the Amazon to website and to buy something and the site is down, so most probably you are gonna check on another website. So it's a huge loss. So and this will lead to lose the business even if you are not a big e-commerce website and if you don't know the organization. Okay, so think about it. If you and mail server down a while, how will that affect your business? If you are a bank and your website from where people can log in and pay their bills and they are down for hours and hours, this is a very bad for the business and very for the also very bad for the organization reputation. So in this lecture we will going to focus more about different kinds of attack they may lead to denial of service. But here I want to point out a specific point that when we go to an organization to make a penetration testing, usually in the denial of service is a separate document to get approval, and a lot of organization will set. So about the penetration testing, but do not try the denial of service because many company want to make a penetration testing, but they also do not want to use the denial of service because they cannot afford the downtime. So you have to get a separated approval for the denial of service attack because many organization will surely refuse it. As I told you, this will not accept, they will not accept any downtime. So make sure you are not testing the denial of service, and unless you get a separated approval for on a separated document to test the denial of service. So I'm gonna talk about the denial of service in method. So there are two general methods of denial of service attacks. So flooding services or crashing services. Flood attacks when the system receives too many traffic for the server to buffer, causing them to slow down and eventually stop. Popular flood attacks include buffer overtime attacks, and which is the most common DOS attack. The concept is to send more traffic to a network address than the programmer have built the system to handle it. It includes the attacker listed below. So I'll talk about. So in addition to the other that are designed to exploit bugs and which is specific to the certain application or networks. ICMP flood. ICMP flood repairs the misconfigured network devices by sending spoof packets that ping every computer on the target network. Instead of just one specific machine, the network is being triggered by amplify the traffic, and this attack is also known as the smart attack or ping of death. Scene flood. Scene flood sends a request to connect a server but never completes the handshake and continues until all open ports are saturated with requests and none are available for legitimate users to connect to. Other DOS attacks simply exploit vulnerabilities that cause the target system or server to crash. In these attacks, input is sent to take the advantage of the bug in the target that subsequently crash or severely destabilize the system so that it can be accessed or used. Denial of service attack can impact an organization in a multiple way. So we'll talk about the three of them that are the most important one. These three are the key one, and clearly the first one is the loss of business. And the very nature of a successful DOS attack means the legitimate user don't have access to the service. Now very frequently this is a site wanting to do business. I gave the example as a bank in Greece before. If your customer cannot access your site, you will lose business. That one is quite obvious. The other one is reputation damage, and it's not a good look for a site to be down for any reason. It's even worse if it is down because of the hacker, and the hacker have successful in their attack. And again, many people are on the DOS attack isn't successful hack, but regardless of what you will call it, it is someone with malicious intent that has been able to successfully make a system available then that impacts the customer's confidence. And if they are seeing a site, they are frequently depending on that, and they cannot rely on it to be up and running. Is going to impact how they feel about the organizations, and certainly successful DOS attacks are highly visible. The service just no longer works. It's a very hard attack to cover up. The last one is financially impact, and this can be felt in many different ways. So clearly one way is to lose the revenue, and it goes back to the first point of being loss of business. If you lose all the revenue, and then you have no way to just continue the business, and you will just leave the business. If your customer cannot come and spend money on your site, you will go into lose income. The other side though is it ties resources of fighting the attack, and that could actually be doing something that productive. You are going to end up with security folks and infrastructure folks and development folks and all sorts of people that could be out there building something new and valuable for the organization, simply trying to keep the business afloat. Not only that, but the defenses of denial of service attacks, and we're going to look on those in future. That might be putting excess service, extra bandwidth, buying particular appliances dedicated of keeping malicious traffic out, particularly depending on the size of attack and the duration. So how long people need to be fight it for, and it can go for many days or even weeks. The impact of denial of service attack can seriously hit an organization at the bottom line. So there are the key things to be aware of in terms of impact. A successful denial attack, the DOS attack, makes an organization, and that's the last thing I will talk about in this. The OSI model, Open System Interconnection Model, is a conceptual framework used to describe the function of a network system. The OSI model characterizes computing function into a universal set of rules and requirements in order to support the interoperability between different products and software. In the OSI reference model, the communication between a computing system are split into the 7 different abstraction layers like physical data link, network, transport, session, presentation, and application. Created at a time when network computing was in its infancy. The OSI was published in 1984 by the International Organization of Standardization. Though it does not always map directly to the specific system, the OSI model is still used today as a means to describe the network architecture. So, as I told, the 7 layers. So, these are the 7 layers of OSI model. The first one is physical layer. So, the lowest layer of the OSI model is concerned with electrically or optically transmitted raw unstructured data bits across the network from a physical layer of the sending device to the physical layer of the receiving device. It can include specifications such as voltage, pin layout, cabling, radio frequencies. At the physical layer, one might find physical resources such as network hub, cabling, repeaters, network adapters, or modems. Data link layer. At the data link layer, directly connected nodes are used to perform node-to-node data transfer where data is packaged into frames. The data link layer also corrects errors that may have occurred at the physical layer. The data link layer encompasses 2 layers on its own. The first is MAC, provides flow control and multiplexing for devices transmission over a network. The second was is LLC, logical link network, provides flow and error control over the physical medium as well as identifies the line protocols. The network layer is responsible for receiving frames from the data link layer and delivering from them to their intended destination among best of these addresses contained inside the frame. The network layer finds the destination by using logical address such as IP, Internet Protocol. At this layer, routers are crucially component used to quite literally router information where it needs to go between the application and networks. The transport layer manages the delivery and error checking the data packets. It regulates the size, sequencing, and ultimately the transfer of the data between the system and the host. One of those most common examples of the transported layer is TCP or the Transmission Control Protocol. The session layer controls the conversation between the different computers. A session is connected between machines is set up, managed and terminated as a layer 5. So session layer services also include authentication and reconnection. The presentation layer formats or translates data for the application layer based on the syntax or semantics that the application accepts. Because of this, it is at times that called the syntax layer. This layer can also handle the encryption and decryption required by the application layer. The application layer, the final one. At this layer, both the end user and the application layer interacts directly with the software application. This layer sees network services provided to end user applications such as web browser or Office 365. The application layer identifies communication partners, resource availability, and synchronizes the communication. This is mostly seen in the past, but I want to touch on it here because before we got started, the layer that you see here are frequently referred to as DOS attack. The OSI model of a computer network, or in other words, the open system interaction model, which is a conceptual model that characterized and standardized the communication function of a computing system, and this is all about the logical layer of an underlying internal structure and technology. So think of it as a model that helps to explain how these systems are put together. The relevance to denial of service attacks is that these two of this layer in particular tend to feature for different layers of attacks when we see reference to attack against layer 7. Very often it means the layer against these top 3 layers are included. And indeed there is some of the criticism of the OSI model. So in terms the way represent the segmentation A, and this is a lot of the time when we seek the talk about the layer 7 DOS attack, it may well be against a protocol such as HTTP, and certainly some of the attacks will look at this lecture. So do target the application directly over the hypertext transport protocol. The other layer where we frequently see DOS attack is layer 4, the transport layer, and we particularly see attacks against protocols such as TCP and UDP. Now these are the attacks specifically against the underlying protocols. So what sits underneath an abstraction which often includes protocols such as HTTP and FTP. So it's a lower level attack against the fundamental level of an application, which then sits on top of it and then runs over the protocols such as HTTP in FTP. We are going to take a really good look particularly at TCP and UDP attacks in this session, or maybe in the future. So let's just this is just a brief introduction that OSI model, because again we do see many references to a layer 7 and layer 4 for DOS attacks. So I just wanted to really clear about what it meant by these two terms. Now before we start talking about the actual style, so I wanted to look one of the more things and the role of botnet, and we'll talk about feature and both of botnet and DOS attacks. Botnets very frequently feature in distributed denial of service attacks, and it makes sense because it gives the attacker a way of leveraging their attack by using infected machine to multiply the effectiveness of their denial of service efforts. I want to run through just the basic simple overview of a botnet because we're going to come back and talk about multiple other points throughout this in the next lectures. So here the way of typical botnet is put together. So we have an attacker, and often when we talk about botnets, the attacker may also be referred to as an bot hitter. So this is the person who is responsible for crawling all these infected machines, and the form part of the botnet. So now the attacker communicates with the control server, and the control server is also often referred to as commanding control or C and a seed server, and this is the point which is going to be all the individuals infected machine that run in the botnet. So the CNC server is a really critical part of this infrastructure. Now in large botnets there may be multiple CNC servers, and one of the reason for this is that it gives the attacker some redundancy. So if one CNC server gets taken down and saved by law enforcement, there are other which may still run and issue command to the machines of the botnet. But for the sake of the simplicity, let's represent it in a single environment here. Now the real key to the botnet is that the control server is going to coordinate the zombies, and the zombies are individual infected machine in the botnet. You may also see this as a slaves at a time, and that's why we're really talking about here is otherwise legitimate machines. So for example, PCs, possibly like the one you are watching here, they have been infected with malware and now taking instruction from the control server. So it's just not always about PCs. We see server become infected and form part of the botnet as well. And in fact, servers can be enormously useful to the bot because they tend to have a very high level of uptime and very good connectivity as well. And really this is what the attacker wants. They want to have a big pipes from these zombies in their botnet, so that each one of them has then launch a text. And then keep in mind these otherwise legitimate PC servers used by the normal everyday people like us, like you, like me. They have just infected with a malware through one of those usual channels. Perhaps it was a pop-up on a website that entices them to run an executable, or it might have been delivered by email or spread on a USB sticks. So there are many different ways that machine can get infected, and malware now large botnet can have thousands and thousands, even millions of infected machines. Think about that for a scale, millions of machines all under the control of this one attacker. These machines are typically used to do things like send spam, and we have seen individual botnets like send tens of billions of spam emails every single day to tens of millions of people. But to bring this back around to distribute the denial of service, imagine you have a millions of genes in your bot. So if you could orchestrate those millions to make a request to a target website simultaneously, that's a huge amount of volume coming from all corners of the world as well. A large scale button, even a botnet numbering in the near tens of thousands, can be enormously effective at taking down target website at any time and any moment. So many of the examples we are going to look in the future are executed via the botnets. So we are going to look at the individual attack styles that used to maximize the damage on the target environments, but very frequently. So those patterns then get distributed out of these zombie machines. So now we'll talk about the different types of botnet. So the botnet attacks can differ based on their methods and the tools they employ. Sometimes these botnets themselves don't attack, but instead become a pathway for hackers to launch secondary campaigns like scams and ransom attacks. And some of the common types of botnet attacks include, like we talked previously, DDoS attacks. So one of the more common types of botnet attack which work by overloading a server with web traffic sent by bots in order to crash it. This downtime the server operation can also be used for launching additional botnet based attacks. They are often launched with the purpose of extracting key information for a organization employee. For example, mass spam campaign can be devised and immediate trusted sources within the organization to trick people into revealing their confidential information like login details, financial information or credit card details. Those involve programs which forcefully breach web account by force, dictionary attack and credential stuffing are used to exploit weak user password and access their data. Now, how can we prevent the botnet attacks? Preventing the botnet attacks can be very difficult and has been more difficult over the years. So one of the main challenges is preventing this attack is the devices. As different types of devices become easily available, often with their own security setting, if become difficult to monitor, track and stop this attack before they happen, yet you can still take certain measures to prevent botnet attacks. One of the main pathways that botnet take the penetration and compromise the business security system is using the unpatched vulnerability present in the network machine. This makes it critical to keep the system updated and to ensure new updates are installed as soon as they are available. This also includes hardware devices, especially legacy devices, which can often be ignored in enterprises when they are no longer used actively. It is important to follow basic security hygiene on all devices as well to keep botnet attack at bay. This involves using complex passwords, educating employees about the danger of phishing emails, and clicking on suspicious attachments and links. Enterprises should also take appropriate measures to ensure that any new device that enters their network has sound security settings. Taking measures to log access to machine in another way you can prevent botnet attack. In addition to strong password, you should also deploy multi-factor authentication and control to provide access to only those who need it the most. If access to critical systems are controlled and separated from each other, it becomes slightly easier to isolate botnet attack to a specific set of devices and to eradicate them there. Prevention of botnet attacks requires good technique to detect them ahead of time. Using advanced analytics to monitor and managing traffic flows, user access and data leaks is another measure anyone can take to prevent this. This is a live DDoS attack map made by a company called NetScout. It's a fantastic visualization of real-world attacks that are happening in real time. So you can find this map over here, like in this. If you look at this here, horizon.netscout.com/map position. So, but one thing is that, okay, let me full screen this. This is a live attack map, and that certainly has a door in the walls of many security companies because it is a great visualization. It is certainly not 100% accurate, but it takes and it talks to the frequency and scale of these attacks. And obviously what we are seeing here is an attacks are organizing from, and we can obviously see that the map itself as well as the legend down there bottom. So and the types of attack also you can see that, as you can see, for example, SSH to tell the net HTTP. We are going to talk about the many of these types of attack that were progressed through of this course. And then the target, in fact, it looks like Australia is actually featuring quite heavily at that moment. This map like attack intelligence, and they draw the data from the bunch of other sources. They claim to have a huge number of honeypot, decoy system, anonymous proxies, and quote unquote, and various other C's of where this telemetry data is captured and sent back to this website and then render onto this map here. In many cases where we see particularly the origin of these attacks, as you can see. So these are the, I think, as you can see, the Russian Federation, you can see the destination and also origin. So for example, China is featuring heavily at the moment. That doesn't necessarily mean that the China is a nation state trying to attack another country. It means that the traffic is originating from within China and then being directed to the other location, and it may just simply be the likes of machine in China that are relaying their attack. We are going to look how things of the botnet that use the denial of service attack, but let me show you other couple of websites that also does the same things, like threat map also does this similarly. You can also see the top targeted countries and top targeted industries. As you can see right now, US, UK and Russia are the top countries in this here. Also there are many websites that you can check. So as we progress through this map is a great visualization, but again it is by no means a perfectly accurate, but it is certainly mesmerizing to watch and it's fascinating. So this is a great way of visualizing what's going on the world of denial surface attacks. So today we will talk about the SYN flood attack. So as means of denial services, but before we can talk about that, we have to touch on the mechanism of the some TCP three-way handshake first. So let's take a scenario where we have got two machines making a connection to the machine 1, and in this case it's going to be the attacker, and machine 2, which is the case will be the victim. Now within the TCP protocol there is an initial handshake between this machine, and what happens is the handshake of first machine sends a synchronized request, often referred as a SYN. The second machine then acknowledges that and sending a synchronized acknowledgement response. So you usually see that as referred to as SYNAC. All going well, then the first machine will come back and send an acknowledgement and act the responses, and this will be the three-way handshake that have now established a connection together. This is pretty much TCP 101, and which is the fundamentals and how the protocol works. So let's move on through and see how it can be exploited in a SYN flood attack, and so that we will be start the way that way the same as machine. So machine 1 is sending the scene, machine 2 is sending the scene act, and then nothing, and it just waits and nothing actually happens. So the target is sitting there waiting for the response from a machine 1, but it never gets a response from the machine 2, and machine 2 doesn't know if it's the network latency, so it could just take a while for the response to come back. Now the problem with this is that the connection of the target machine is left open. So until it decides that there is never going to be a response and move on, but within that time the first machine may be sending multiple other synchronized requests to the target. So the whole thing is that the volume actually makes the situation worse and worse. So this is the another volumetric attack. Is just at the layer of force, so that the fundamental of a scene flood attack, but it can also be ramped up a bit. So let's look at this way. We have a machine 1 and which seems the scene but also spoof the source IP address. Now that means is that the target machine is now going to send a SYNAC and back to a totally different machine. So now we have got a target machine also targeting another machine, which is the one of IP address with the original scene request. Now one reason the attacker may do this is to give them the obfuscation of a created degree of anonymity as to where the attacker actually is originating from all of this again. So is this layer 4? Let's now move on and take a look at the couple of layer, or take a look at the variance of a scene flood attacks. So direct scene flood attack, which is the case of a attacker start the scene flood attack under their own IP address. So in order to ensure that incoming scene or ACK packets are discarded, the attacker configures the firewall of their machine accordingly. So another approach is to limit the network traffic from outgoing sync packets with a spoofed ID. Attacks with a spoof ID address are more common. The attacker enters a fake ID address in the center field of a sync packets, thereby obscuring their actual place of origin. Attacker prefers IP addresses that are not in use, and at the time of the attack they ensure the accidentally affected system do not respond to the scene or ACK responses from the attacker server with an RST packets, which would thus terminate the connection. DDoS scene flood attacks, and full form is distributed denial of service scene flood attacks. So in these distributed attacks of variants of the scene flood, the attack is carried out simultaneously of many computers. It is usually a combination of hijacked machine called a botnet. The botnet zombie computer are under the control of the attacker and then send a SON scene packets to the target of their comments. Reflection scene flood attack. A server usually responds to a single scene packets with a multiple scene or ACK packets. An attacker could take advantage of this and trigger a reflection scene flood attack. The attacker spoofs the victim IP address and start a DDoS scene flood attack against one or those uninvolved servers, and the victim machine is bombarded with a flood of scene or ACK packages and collapse under the load. So let's look at some of the rules of protect against scene flood attack. The scene backlog mentioned previously in the part of the operating system. So conceptually, you can think of a scene backlog is as a spreadsheet. Each line contains the information of establishing a single TCP connection. The operating system the first manages the connection, then only a connection has established by completing the three-way handshake is it then passed of the application waiting at the port and then removed from the scene backlog. A related approach is to delete the half of a connection from the scene backlog when it is full. This creates space for a new half open connection. So in combination with a large scene backlog, the approach can lead to a system remaining accessible during a scene flood attack. However, this method is ineffective for high volume attacks. The idea behind a scene cache is very simple. Instead of storing a complete TCP in the scene backlog, for each half open connection only a minimal TCP is kept. The technique uses cryptographic hashing to prevent the attacker from guessing the critical information about the connection, and the scene cache has proven to be an effective technique. Connection data can only be lost in a few special cases. The fight against DOS attacks is an old and as the internet itself. So, however, modern attackers have far more firepowers than the disposal thanks to the botnet. The resulting DDoS attacks with their enormous flood of data can bring even the strongest system to their knees. Therefore, the service of large globally distributed cloud providers are increasingly being used. So, snow lorries isn't attacked that referred to as low and low, and we are talking about here is using a low volume of traffic to generate a slow rate. So let me explain what I mean by that. The attacker is going to send the HTTP request without the termination sequence. So what it happens here is that the target website going to be sitting there leaving the connection and open waiting for the connection to be complete, but it never does complete, and the target machine just sit there waiting and waiting and waiting for the resource allocated just for the termination sequences, but it never arrives. And the thing about the Snorri's attack is that everything can actually originate from a single origin, because if the single origin can send the partial request and then sending them and resending them, the target just then sit there the waiting for a request that never arrives. That can be enormously burdensome for the environment. Then it's going to be very difficult to proceed the legitimate request whilst it goes all the connection open. Let's have a look how it would work in a diagram. So Snorris is really straightforward. We simply have one machine sending an unencrypted HTTP get requested to another machine, and then it keeps sending them the target machine, and the target machine just sits there waiting for the request to be complete, but it never is. So that's the Snorris connection in action. So let's get to a quite different and topic than this is the DOS and flashing. Here is a class of attack, that is the layer 7 of denial of service attack. That's up there at the application level, Now, nearly when we talk about the HTTP flood attack, we are talking about the volume matrix attack over the HTTP. So, imagine you had tons of thousands of machines in a botnet simultaneously making HTTP requests to a website. So, it's just a simple issue of scale. If there are enough requests coming in, the site is simply not going to be able to respond to them at all. Those malicious requests are going to stop the legitimate traffic from getting through. So, an HTTP flood attack can simply saturate the web server resources. Sometimes this is also referred to as service requested flood. But either way, it's volumetric in that it relies on just the sheer volume of the request coming into the environment. Now, it could saturate web server resources such as the allowances number of TCP connection. So, there are only certain level of, or I would say a little many, a survival handle that it could also aim to saturate the bandwidth and form a part of a bandwidth attack. So there is only so much data a server can send and send it back out at the same time. If you can make enough requests for large enough content and exceed the limit legitimate user, and then limit the limitation, and users are going to have a trouble getting through the HTTP flood attack. Now, HTTP flood attack can also be amplified by the attackers targeting various of specific features of the application. So, for example, if an attacker forced HTTP post request to the login page, which had a slow hashing function as a security based, so the best practice we want hashing function to be slow. So it's hard to crack a password if they disclosed, and it's a better in this way. But that virtue can come at a disadvantage when it actually makes the page slow and amplifies. The effect of an HTTP flood attack that makes that effect of then the page gets slow and amplifies, and it affects that. Other examples including like resources that make HTTP connection sending out an email in a slow process. So it can take tens, even 100 milliseconds to pending on where the web application is connected to. So in order to send the mail, if an attack can direct that volumetric layer on 70 years attack, then I would say the password reset the page, and we send an email that could bring the app to a crashing and which hold a faster than just returning. And resources that loads quickly, long running requests are another good example, and how to think about that sort of feature in an application that can be slow to respond. So executing your report to a very good example, other than more overhead, there it may can the data quite a long time to process the request. So the DOS attack may have actually be successful because the underlying resources are exhausted, and it's not always the web application itself. It can be other infrastructure. It just dependent on the specifically target large file in another good example. So if you are looking at a bandwidth attack and you can get a large number of machines all downloading large file which just flood the bandwidth and make it difficult for server to respond the legitimate request. So that would really effective way of amplifying the attack. Now one final point is this, and this is when we are going to do a quick demo. is that these sort of attacks against the application can be difficult to defend against because they may well adhere to a legitimate pattern that's just a HTTP request. And yes, there may be target specific regions of the application, but unless you specifically know what to look for at once, those requests are spread out across thousands and tens of thousands of different slabs of the botnet, and they're simply making the HTTP request, so they can really difficult to identify and prevent. So that's an overview of a HTTP flood attacks. So let's talk about the few of the variation of the HTTP flood attack. And the first thing is, it really doesn't matter whether it's a GET or a POST. What's more important is that the impact it has on the application. So for example, what request actually places overhead on the infrastructure it's running on. So it also doesn't matter whether it's HTTP or HTTPS. So once again, so long as the request actually places load on the environment and it starts to saturate the resources, that the goal doesn't matter whether it's in the secure scheme or not. Now, as I mentioned earlier, it can mimic legitimate traffic as well. So particularly botnet that are well orchestrated to make these sort of flood requests may well pass legitimate user agents and refer a cookie, even an organic request body parameters. So for example, it may use like dictionary words. If it's a post request doing a search of all of these, many kind of legitimate traffic is there in order to help. So in order to help the denial of service and avoid any sorts of filtering or defenses that may be happening at the target. So we'll talk about these practices in the previous lectures. So we'll talk about the final one, and the final one another trick which is used in HTTP flood attack in forcing content to load mode the origin in order to circumvent the caches or CDMs, because what the attacker doesn't want is to have some CDN sitting in front of the underlying infrastructure who serving the request very quickly. So they actually wanted to go right through about the origin by using the request pattern like this: a query stream with a random parameter, something which wouldn't have already been cached, and certainly attacks that are very familiar mounting this class of attacks. So how to randomize payloads enough and to try and get the request all the way back to the origin. So there's HTTP flood attacks and DOS attacks against the layer 7, and which most commonly do the web application. Let's now move on and go down and talk about the method of the mitigation. So HTTP flood attacks are very difficult to differentiate from a valid traffic because they use a standard URL request, and this makes them one of the most advanced non-vulnerability security challenges facing servers and application up to date. So traditional rate-based detection is ineffective in detecting HTTP flood attacks since traffic volume in HTTP flood is often under detection threshold. So the most effective mitigation mechanism rely on a combination of a traffic profiling method, including like identifying IP regulation, keeping track of like abnormal activity, and the final one will be the employing progressive security challenges, and that's the method you can use to mitigate. So here is another layer for attack this time using UDP and ICMP. So first of all, with UDP, the user datagram protocol, and what tends to happen with a UDP attack is we are looking at the attacker flooding random ports on the target using the UDP protocol. Now the target then gets consumed responding back with a destination which is unreachable packets, and it has to respond and it has to say, look, the request is simply didn't go through. So it's a UDP. It never knows whether the response is actually received. There is a no three-way handshake like we previously talked, like TCP, but it still responds, and the response created an overhead, and because there is no initial handshake like in TCP, the source IP address can be spoofed for the purpose of anonymization, and of course the response to the UDP request will be sent off to someone else altogether. So that's an approach which is also working at layer 4. ICMP, or the Internet Control Message Protocol, which is yet to another attack, and ICMP differs from TCP and UDP in that it's typically not used to exchange messages back and forth, but an exception to this is when you are using ping is a ping which goes out over the ICMP, and when you issue a ping command, it involves an echo request and an echo reply. That reply is returned to the source IP, which is passed in the header of that request. Now, because we are passing that source IP in the request, we can spoof it, and spoofing that IP and forcing the response to be sent back to the another machine creates what's called, as you can see here, Smurf attack. Now its name is Smurf because there was a tool written called Smurf when using this implementation. And the thing is, within the Smurf attack, you can get a whole bunch of different machines such as botnet to issues ICMP request to the target machine all the time, because a botnet issues it, and while issuing the action on defined machine, it requests the ICMP to the target machine at the same time. So we are talking about another flood attack style and DOS attack here, where there is just simply a simply a huge number of requests that gets sent to the target machine, except this time it is using not ICMP method, not the TCP that or UDP. It's using the ICMP protocol. So we have also seen ICMP used to send the ping of death, and ping of death is just a large package which cause a buffer overflow to the target machine. Now this typically targeted earlier implementation of TCP IP, which didn't properly handle the fact that you may have an ICMP packet and that actually exceeds the allowance size of the RFC. So it was a bit of an edge case in that respect, and certainly new implement terms of TCP/IP that aren't a risk at the same attack. But once this worked, it was also very effective because it didn't need to be disrupted. You only needed one of these performed the pin to cause the buffer overflow, and potentially crash the machine or give the attacker other avenues of exploitation during this overflow state. So these are the also layers of attack, as was the scene float attack. So let's now go and take a look at the key different style of layer for attack. And in fact we're going to look and have a detailed discussion about the means of attack reflection and amplification. One thing that attackers are always trying to do is increase the effectiveness of their denial of service attacks, and one way they can do that is to try and amplify them. So how can they make the attack larger than, such as it has a greater effect on the attack and also the target? So one way that has been very popular in the past to amplify this attack is to use the DNS, and in fact this approach you will be seeing in this lecture, sometimes referred as a DNS reflection. So, and the reason it can be called reflection will make sense in a moment. I will talk about it. So let's walk through how it works. So we have an attacker and they are going to make a small spoof DNS request now. DNS requests go out over the UDP, which is a fire and forget protocol. So you send them of the request and you hope it makes the destination. There is a no error checking the resiliency like in TCP, as we also just saw in the UDP and ICMP layer. You can also spoof the source IP address in the request header. So what we are actually getting here is an attacker making a small query to a DNS server, and this spoofing the IP address of the target. They want to take down now, and very specifically what they are trying to do here is to make a DNS query which is small but result in a large responses. So for example, the attacker may request all the DNS records for a particular zone. That would create a large amplified response, which is then sent to the target machine, the one whose IP address was spoofed as the original DNS request. This again also hides the original source the attack as far as the target is concerned. All of those requests are originating from the DNS server, and in fact many times we have seen cases where the victim has gotten in touch with the DNS provider and said, "Hey, can you guys stop dosing me?" And of course the DNS server provider is not the culprit. However, this is usually possible because there are open relays, in other words DNS server, which are accessible by anyone. So they do have some level of accountability here. So I have represented this pretty simple in simple attacker, simple DNS server, and but what happens when we further amplify these by the attacker and controlling a botnet? So let's go and take a look. Let's scale up this DNS amplification attack. So we will take our attacker, and the attacker might have a mere 1 megabyte per second connection, a very small connection, but it doesn't matter because that is enough to take the communication with their zombie machine. So remember, these are the machines that are in the botnet. Now each one of those machine has 1 gigabyte connection. So for example, there could be servers that are attacking and the attackers controlling that result, and by controlling that result in them and being able to send the request out of that 3 gigabyte a second, so they are going to use the DNS amplification. So each one of those machine is now communicating at 1 gigabyte, which gives a total of 3, and they communicating at a whole bunch of different DNS resolvers. And these resolvers are going to be used as amplifiers, and the fact that they are going to amplify, it is a factor of. Now what this means is a request can come in very small way, like it's 100 bytes, but the response are very large. A factor of 10 would mean is going to be 1000 bytes. Now because we have a factor at 10 and you have got a 9 machine, so all receiving 1 gigabyte of a second. The amplification is going to result in a 90 gigabyte per second attack, which against the target. So there is amplification in play that 1 megabit from the attacker turns into 3 gigabit from the zombie time into 90 gigabytes. So as a result of DNS amplification, this style of attack is honestly effective because the attacker just keep leveraging, and they leverage by having the botnet, and then they leveraging again by using these open DNS resolvers that can return a much larger response than a request which came into them. So that's a really good example of what certainly in the past has been a common. And amplification attacks, there are a fear open resolvers ability today, but there are other forms of amplification attacks as well. So let's go and take a look at couple of them. We saw a few other ways that a DDoS can be amplified. One is SNMP, which is the Simple Network Management Protocol, and in fact we have seen SNMP used in greater effect in the past. In fact, amplification up to a factor of 650 times, so that the 10 bytes going in can result in a 6,500 bytes coming back out, the other end directed to the target system. Now fortunately there aren't a lot of those open at the web at this time. They tend to be more constrained to the internal network. So another protocol used in amplification, it takes, and so another protocol used in amplification, so it takes is NTP, the network time protocol. Now this can return very large result by the monitor command, and what this command can do is just return the address and up to the last 600 machines that the MTP server interacted with. So that means that there is a much larger response than the request that were into it. Now NTP is like SNMP also runs over UDP, and the source IP address can be spoofed. So that's the underlying construct that all of those amplification attacks are taking advantage of, making sure that the large responses is going to somewhere other than where the request came in from. And in case of NTP, that amplification factors can be up to a couple of 100 times. So perhaps not quite as big as SNMP, but is still a massive factor on top of the size of a request that came in. Yet another form of application to take is using the SSDP, which is Simple Service Discovery Protocol. and in this case SSDP is used for the advertisement and discovery of network services. And what we have seen in the past is attackers squaring home devices with UPnP services, and which can then result in responses are much larger than the incoming requests. So the same implication pattern again, and like SNMP and NTP or SSDP also runs over UDP, so mostly runs over the UDP, which of course can have forged through IP address headers. So in this regard they are all very similar, even though the protocols are designed to do quite different thing. Amplification attacks are enormously effective because of the leverage they give the attacker, but they do rely on those protocols being openly accessible and vulnerable to forge through IP addresses. So we will look at some of the ways that we can mitigate against this attack in the future lectures.
Hello there. So today's topic is P2P attack. P2P attacks exploit the fabric of peering technology to perform attacks. So what is a peer-to-peer DDoS attack? It's when servers are flooded with connections from valid sources and then the attacker sets up the tears down TCP connections. It's when an attacker exploits bugs in any sort of network applications such as buffer overflows in order to execute in DOS attack. It's when a network flooded with malicious packets in order to overwhelm its bandwidth. Is when an attacker exploits bugs in peer-to-peer servers to execute a DDoS attack. So how DDoS attack peer-to-peer look like? A server connected to internet and client server, and peer-to-peer, one computer or one network to another network is connected. So that's it for today. So hello there, in this video I'll show you what is permanent DOS attack. Permanent DOS attacks. Flashing refers to attacks that cause irreversible damage to system hardware. This attack damages the system and makes the hardware unusable for its original purpose until it is either replaced or reinstalled. A PDoS attack exploits security flaws. This allows remote administration on the management interfaces of the victim's hardware such as printers, routers, and the other networking hardware. So basically it was a uh, slower attack, permanent DOS and flashing. A PDoS attack renders a device unusable, usually by replacing firmware. It's also frequently referred to as breaking. It exploits weakness in the target device. So it is how DOS attack actually work. Hello there. Today I'll talk about a GitHub attack. Um, um, Recently, some DDoS attack in GitHub. So GitHub status: we are working to mitigate on ongoing and evolving large DDoS attack. So GitHub's man on the side DDoS attack. In March 2015, GitHub suffered a significant DDoS attack. It targeted two GitHub, greatfire.org and CNNY Times, Chinese. These are mirror sites. Chinese infrastructure them with attack scripts against GitHub. It takes many time to recover GitHub's file recovery. So the mechanics of the GitHub attack: user who is outside in China request China site, then legitimate request, reply legitimate request, Chinese internet infrastructure, then modified response he create. User also request GitHub repository to GitHub data store or data house. So 5 days of fighting the attack, GitHub published that we have identified and mitigate a DOS attack that was impacting service. Service is recovering and we are monitoring the situation. Everything operating normally. Hello there. So what is slow rise attack? So it's actually a normal HTTP request response connection, slow rise DDoS attack, complete HTTP request response cycle, incomplete HTTP request actually. So it basically HTTP based request. So normal HTTP request response connection, slow rise DDoS attack. Look like this diagram. Complete request response cycle and incomplete HTTP request cycle. If the server responds to your request, then the hacker make the connection and hack the whole network system. So how does slow rise attack works? Now the server will leave the connection open till it get terminated. So uncompleted get request and completed get request. So slow rise, low and slow attack tool, uses a low volume of traffic to generate a slow rate, sends HTTP request without a termination sequence, cause website to leave the connection open. Resources are allocated to wait for the termination sequence, can originate from a single origin. Partial requests are sent and then resent and then again resent. So now come to the summary. In summary, DOS attacks can come in many different forms, particularly at 4-layer. Amplification can be applied across various protocols to exacerbate the attack. Real-world attack after chain explodes together. So that's it. Hope I will see you in next video. So what is LOIC? LOIC, low orbit or cannon. So JS LOIC, it's actually no need to download, install or set up anything. Just click the button, sit and enjoy the show. Select your target. This and diagram shows how you attack. Obviously target URL could be pulled from the remote locations, websites, Twitter, even Facebook, or any other, or many other options you see here. So it's actually their website user interface. So here we can no need to download, install or set up anything. So how does the LOIC work? It works by flooding a target server with TCP, UDP or HTTP packets with the goal of disrupting service. One attacker using the LOICs can generate enough junk traffic to make a serious impact on a target. Serious attacks require thousands of users to coordinate a simulations attack on the same target. In order to make these coordinate attacks easier, users can use IRC chat channels to run a hive mind version of the LOIC, which lets one primary user controls several networked secondary computers, creating a voluntary bootnet. This is a popular approach because owners of the secondary devices can claim they were innocent victims of an involuntary bootnet. LOIC were used by 2008 to attack cause of chaos Scientology websites in response to the legal efforts to take down YouTube videos. The LOIC was also notably used in 2010 when WikiLeaks supports went after the Visa and MasterCard sites in response to the credit card companies freezing payments. So how does like work it look like? So how do you stop an LOIC attack? Small local HTTP attacks can be mitigated with a local firewall by having a server administrator look at the logs and identify the IPs of the attackers and dropping the requests. However, this strategy won't stand up to a large scale attack where hundreds or even thousands of different attackers are working in tandem. Local firewalls also can't protect against TCP or UDP floods. the latter of which can even target and disrupt a firewall. A web application WAF can provide strong protection against HTTP flood, and dedicated DDoS protection can stop TCP and UDP attacks. Fortunately, attackers using the loik are fairly easy to detect. It can't be used through a proxy, so attackers' IP addresses are visible to the target. Numerous countries have taken legal action against attackers using the loik, including the US, UK, Spain, and Turkey. So that's it for today. So, information about DDoS and stretchers or booters. Here are some answers to these questions. So, this main idea behind the stretchers VIP with a high focus on privacy, power, and customers area. Stretchers VIP aims for the highest standards in the market. Our staff is combined with a lot of cyber and IT professional, making it best team out there. So after a long developing time, stretchers VIP appeared as the best, most powerful and reliable stretchers, covering all the needs of the average DDoS booter user. We provide stable power with the up to 20 GBs and 100K RQPS per concurrent without total limit. So what are these? So what are these stressors and booters? Though bootnet building kits are widely available, most hackers will not make the effort to create a bootnet overnight. DDoS attacks are illegal, and subsequently subletting access to malware infected computers is illegal as well. The situation poses a challenge to many DDoS for hire service providers who want to conduct their shady activities while still operating the open and be able to reach the mass market. In an attempt to reconcile these two contradictions, say some DDoS for hire elect to understanding booting side attack types. DOS or DDoS attacks are designed to cause enough network or server resources be unresponsive to legitimate requests. Application layer attacks, protocol based attacks, and volumetric attacks. So go after web applications and often use the most sophistication. These attacks exploit a weakness within the layer 7 protocol tasks. They establish a connection with the target and then exhaust server resources by monopolizing transactions and process. And protocol based attacks focus on exploiting a weakness in layer 3 or 4 and the protocol stack. Such attacks use the processing power of the victim or other cruel response resources, and volumetric attacks send high volumes of traffic in an effort to stretch a victim's bandwidth. Volumetric attacks are easy to generate by employing simple amplification techniques. So these are the most common forms of attack: UDP, flood. So this is modern and evolving layer 7 DDoS attacks method. Use the valid HTTP request to bypass a vast range of firewalls, rate limits, and produce more load on the target. Our method are able to bypass any JS challenges, well as country blocks, custom protection rules, smart content type of post, randomized randomized strings and numbers are supported. It actually a attacker tools specification, company specification. So I just show you what a attacker tools or attacker website can do with a network layer. Hello there. So today's topic is discovering the attack pattern. So what type of attack is it? Layer 4 or layer 7? Where is it coming from and how is it targeting? Are there any unique signatures like headers, target resource, established intent, unintentional DDoS? So what is actually DDoS attack? Attacker use DNS resolver to target victim, targeter PC. DDoS attack, volume based attacks, protocol based attacks, and application based layer attacks. There is three types of DDoS attack. So DDoS in gaming service appeals to attackers seeking notoriety. The Green's syndrome attackers are antagonistic. Gaming is emotive and amplifies function. Gaming opponent, increasing with the growth of online games, introduces additional latency to gameplay, may make it impossible to pay. So establishing traffic reputation. What does normal traffic look like? Where do people come from and what do they do? How much of deviation constitutes potentially malicious traffic? What layers of defense are available when reputation are exceeded? For example, what does a normal login process look like? And progressively and challenges, it's like CAPTCHA. So DDoS attack actually work volume based attack, protocol based attacks, application layer attacks. In volume based attacks, UDP flood, ICMP floods, spoofed packet floods, and then protocol based attack is when flat feeing of death and many others. And application layers, slow rise, 0-day DDoS, Apache Windows, all helps three layers, three different categories attacks, including DDoS attack. So what makes DDoS attacks so effective? They don't require specific software or infrastructure vulnerabilities. Attacks can be executed at a very low cost. DDoS services are plentiful. They can be mounted using a variety of protocols and attack techniques. They can be very difficult to track back to an origin and preparator. Hello there. So today's topic is DDoS and its features. So how it works: at your target host, run a test. Was the test in real time? Is the web interface or API to register your app for testing? It's actually app and it's amazingly easy. Will simulate connections to your application for the duration, monitor the test in real time, then share the results. So load testing technique: identify performance acceptance criteria and identify metrics, identify key scenarios, design specific tests, create a workload model, run tests, identify target load levels, and analyze the results. So it's so load testing tools. There are many load testing tools: Apache JMeter, BlazeMeter, Beats, Getting, Loader.io, Load Impact, load runner, load test, login VSI, new load, OpenSTA, rational performance tester, skill performer, test studio, Visual Studio Ultimate Edition, web load. It's all the load testing tools, and here the company name like an Apache, Jakarta, open source project, or Blaze Media Limited. It's all the company name. And notes Java desktop application for load testing and performance measurement, used for Apache JMeter. Blaze Meter is JMeter computable self-service load testing platform. Then Beats is a service for load and performance testing of website, mobile web apps, and REST APIs in the cloud. So different company and different tool work for different system, different API or REST API. Uh, Many work from cloud, work for cloud, and others work for desktop application. Actually, their work is different. So DDoS attack getting bigger, more frequent. The online threat landscape continues to evolve at an accelerating pace, with hackers launching more distributed denial of service attacks than ever before, taking aim at new targets and creating new botnets. Yes, cyber criminals had a busy year in 2012 2020, with rapidly increasing numbers of DDoS weapons, widespread botnet activity, and some of the largest DDoS attackers ever recorded. One of the biggest factors in 2020 DDoS attacks was the COVID-19 lockdown, which drove a rapid shift to online for everything from education and healthcare to consumer shopping and office work, giving hackers more targets than ever before. Because of the haste of this transaction, many of these business and workers turned out to be significantly underprotected from attacks due to the difficulty of maintaining cybersecurity best practices in an emergency scenario. At the same time, the demand for solutions for a wide range of business needs and the rollout of 5G technologies has accelerated. So this is all about the top five most famous DDoS attacks for now. To provide insight into what these attacks are like in the wild, we're going to take a look at some of the most notable DDoS attacks to date. Our choices include some DDoS attacks that are famous for their sheer scale, while others are because of their impact and consequences. First one is the Google attack, 2020. On October 16, 2020, Google's threat analysis group TAG posted a blog update concerning how the threats and threat actors are changing their tactics due to 2020 US election. At the end of the post, the company snapped. So DDoS techniques, bandwidth attacks, service request floods, SYN flooding attacks, ICMP flood attack, feed-to-feed attacks, permanent DOS attack, application level flood attacks. So the rise of DDoS attack, you see, it started from 2004 and continuous it running. So in 2005, 6, 7, it increasing slowly. Then 2009 to 2010, it increased huge. So hello there. Today's topic is ping of death, POD attack, how it works, attacker IP frame gates to target system, ping of death packet, IP header, ICMP data. So what is ping of death attack? A ping of death POD attack is a denial of service DOS attack in which the attacker aims to disrupt a targeted machine by sending a packet larger than the maximum allowable size, causing the target machine to freeze or crash. The original ping of death attack is less common today. So now I show you some command in command prompt. So what does a ping of death attack work actually? How it work? An Internet Control Message Protocol ICMP echo replay message or ping is a network utility used to test a network connection, and it works much like pulse is sent out and the echo from that pulse. So let's complete this. Now I give a targeted ping. If the connection is working, the source machine receives a so use ether analysis, open and just Google it and install it. Here is total network HTTP, TCP, UDP, ICMP, IPX, VNX, all the networks cover is here. While some ping packets are very small, IP4 ping packets are much larger and can be as large as the maximum allowable packet size of 65535 bytes. Some TCP IP systems were never designed to handle packets larger than the maximum, making them vulnerable to packets above the size. When a maliciously large packet is transmitted from the attacker to the target, the packet becomes fragmented into segments, each of which is below the maximum size limit. When the target machine attempts to put the pieces back together, the total exceeds the size limit and a buffer overflow can occur, causing the target machine to freeze, crash or reboot. Now I give a website ping. One solution to stop an attack is to add checks the reassembly process to make sure the maximum packet size constraint will not be exceeded after packet recombination.